Alright, are we here? Are we here? Looks like it. Looks like it. Alright. Hello, hello, hello. Greetings and welcome in, everyone. Hi, hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope we're all doing well this day. Happy Monday. Happy Monday indeed. Oh my word. Yeah. Alright. So today is gonna be our challenge day. Yay. I've had this running through my head for the last while, trying to figure out exactly how I wanted to lay everything out. And I think I've got a plan. So we'll make do. Yeah, the weekend kind of emotionally fried me a little bit. But we are returning to stability, slowly but certainly, I guess. Things are just crazy. Let's just phrase it that way. Yeah, the whole thing of spending, what was it, like 5 hours yesterday just trying to get Final Fantasy XIV working? Not yesterday, the day before yesterday. Trying to get Final Fantasy XIV working. Ay. That I was way more fragile after than what makes reasonable sense. But we came right in the end. So, that was something. And yeah, at the moment I have been just trying to recalibrate a little bit after the last deadline grind. So I tried to do as little as possible over the weekend. And then I decided to... Well, I didn't decide. I had been putting it off for a while, but I have been catching up with my bookkeeping today. I'm about halfway through the catch-up process in terms of going through my bank statements and making sure that everything lines up properly. So... Eesh, it's just been... chaos. It's been chaos. I don't like having to do the numbers things because I keep mixing characters up. So it's like I'm looking at this bank statement. Is that a 5 or is that a 6 or is that an 8? Because at that font size they look very, very similar. And just making sure that I'll get everything in the right order. So that's the craziness. That is indeed the crazy that we've been dealing with, but it's fine. Let's see. Anything else that was... Yeah, I think that pretty much it was my weekend in a nutshell. I tried to do as little as possible. My brain is fried. In any case, today's our challenge day. So what we're gonna do is we are going to be doing a compilation album cover as part of our challenge this month, because the challenge is a Plumy playlist, and the idea is to create a playlist of 2 to 10 songs, and create a compilation album cover for it. So there are a couple of rules that I'm going to very easily be able to handle. The one asterisk was that quote-unquote dark themes were not particularly allowed for the song choice. So even though my theme might on first glance look a little bit dark, the actual content is really not. So yeah, let's head over to our main scenario, and then we can have a look. So what I've done is I've just set up my canvas in the square, because album covers are square because they're supposed to go for a CD case, right? And what I did was I just grabbed basically my rationale between my song for my, well, not between, my rationale for my song choice and the order that I have put it in. So the link to this playlist is pinned in chat, so if you want to listen to this in order, you can absolutely do so. I'll probably be listening to it once or twice throughout the evening, not all the time in repeat mode, because songs on repeat do not necessarily vibe with me. But I will definitely at least twice through in the run of this evening listen through this playlist. So when we were ideating, when the art challenge initially dropped, what all we were going to do with this one, it was initially going to be a karaoke playlist that I wanted to do with you guys, and then I just couldn't figure out, okay, how am I going to get backtracks for most of this stuff, so I gave up on the idea. But I also reordered it a little bit since that conversation back then. I can't remember which stream it was in. I really can't remember which stream it was in. But yeah, so I've articulated the gist of each title. Hopefully it's big enough for you guys to be able to see. I think it might be, hopefully. Yeah, it looks like it ought to be big enough for you guys to see. Okay. So this is pretty much what we are working with. So because it's a meander, the playlist name is Monsters Meander. And with that being the theme, I got the feeling that whatever I do, I want it to all be along a path that kind of snakes its way across our canvas. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with getting some composition going here. So I sort of want to have a big slot of negative space over here for the ending. And I really want to have the sense of the path I'm going for something pretty abstract here, and I'm probably going to do something kind of vivid with color blocks. Probably. I'm just trying to get the shape. Shh. I sort of want to have the I don't really know what I'm doing there. I'm figuring things out. I want to have the idea of a river. I don't know if I necessarily like that open eye though. That looks really creepy. In ways that I don't want it to be creepy there. Now, I'm a little bit familiar with the lyrics, so that does help. So, at the dreaming, we've actually got a rainbow. So what I want to do is I want to go from our river into the quintessential rainbow look, because that's a key part of the lyric. And then what we want to do is we want to plummet thoroughly. We want to plummet from here very, very, very thoroughly. I will refine shapes. I will refine shapes. And that is going to be our what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually turn this into pouring into a wine glass, because there is a reference to wine in Hotel California that will make sense here. Although, I feel like I'm losing quite a lot in the composition, so we're pushing and pulling and figuring things out. Pull this up. I'm not happy with that being too long, because I want space for this to move from here. Now here I really want to get the sense of sharpness and danger and teeth and claws going on. fine, we'll figure that out in full force in just a sec. And then what we want to do is we want to go from there to... how do I want to phrase this? I know by Medusa's Masquerade I want to include something that's sort of... gripping to hold everything back. Let's see. This I sort of want to go... something a little bit more protective, almost. Which means I don't necessarily want all of this mass here. And it also means that I'm not entirely sure that I want this to go as high up as I've currently got it. So once again, we grab stuff and we move it. Krahazik, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Doing okay? Awesome. We're currently just getting the basics of a concept down. For our art challenge entry. Now this one is pretty abstract. But I'm trying to communicate the idea of a path of some description, considering that the title of our playlist is Monsters Meander. Which I realize I have not actually got written here. There we go. So we're trying to communicate the idea of a pathway to give that idea of that meander, which we then thematically take through every song in the theme. Give the idea of the journey along the way. Something roughly like that. I will figure out exactly how I want that to fly in just a bit. Now here, I'm very tempted to actually put the silhouette of the monster from the Feast of Monsters Cheerful Failure. But I think that it'll maybe be a little bit easier to see what's happening if instead of that I want to sort of go make a path of leaves maybe, or something peeling away. This sort of maple leaf motif is a thing in the original music video. I know it does not look like maple leaves at the moment. It'll get better. It'll get better. And I think here I want to include wings, because for I'll Be Fine, which is the second last song, there is a part in the lyric which does reference wings. So something like that. And I'd like to pull that up into this big actual open space. So let me see what I can do about this top section. And clearing the way. So we have space for this big open space. Chaos over here and a big open space. Okay, shape-wise I'm happy with that now. More or less. I think that'll do the trick. So now we can start looking at blocking and colors, and I'll hide this for now. Now that we've got our shape down, and we can refer back to that every now and again. Toaster, hello, hello. Remember, only you can prevent milk from going bad. Exactly. Exactly. One must have the milk so that it cannot go bad. Hehe. Welcome in, Toaster. How are you doing? Doing good, just vibing. Hey, awesome, awesome. You know what I forgot? Hydrate timer. And you know what time it is? Hydrate time. So everyone, let's all acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. If you would like to listen to the playlist that this is, this mess that you currently see on screen is connected to, it is in the pinned link, in the pinned comment in chat. So you can have a listen to it there in order, because order is important for this. Because this month's art challenge that we're doing is the Plumie playlist, and the idea is to create a compilation album cover for a playlist of 2 to 10 songs. So this is vastly different from what I usually do, obviously you can see that. But it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge. So, very, very, very curious about how exactly I want to handle this. I sort of get the feeling that I want the majority of this to actually be I actually want the majority of this page to be black to start with. Hold up. Or at least very dark grey. Let's start there. And go edit, tonal correction, reverse gradient, so that that stands out. Like that. Reduce, so that we can see. And now for our colors, let's start by plotting out our path. Now, I specifically want the path to be pretty bright. Specifically because I want this big chunk of space here, this negative space, to be really vibrantly bright in comparison to what's happening around it. So I'm actually gonna just take that to pure black. There we go. There we go. So over here, the next part in our path is going to be this little expanse, which is going to go into, very specifically, the red of a wine glass. I will clean up the shapes in a bit. And also specifically bringing some of that gold in there. For that part, okay. We're just basically doing rough colors at the moment to just figure out exactly where we're going to be putting what. And then we clean up afterwards, right? And then I want this sort of electric green blue. Over here for monstrosity. But what I'm thinking is I sort of actually want that in silhouette. with an outer glow. Let's not include the knife. Let's just have the splatters. Because that says tons without needing to be explicit about it. Okay. For Hotel California. And we'll be more abstract than this. We will be more abstract than this. But what I do want to do is just to give myself a visual cue of what I was thinking here. Just grab the blur tool, and on the outside roughly. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Unleash. That works better. That works better. Airbrush erase. Okay, then I want to go for a kind of softer color, or no, do I want to go back to... I'm gonna go back to this loud, slightly red magenta-ish color. Because at this point, with these more protective claws, the song that's associated with those, I actually originally first heard a version which was sung by a Vocaloid 4? I think Vocaloid 4? No, it's gonna be the Loud Red. It's gonna be the Loud Red because the Vocaloid in question was a Loud Red. I think it was one of his demo songs actually for there was a Vocaloid made out of with voice samples from the lead singer of Sekai no Owari. So Vocaloid Fukase, Vocaloid 4. And that was the first version of the song that I heard. And his colors are white and red. So I kind of want to bring that back. Alex, hello, welcome in. But I want this to look less threatening and more protecting. Looks interesting. Yes, thank you. I am glad. We are working on our art challenge entry for the Plumie playlist, where the idea was to create a playlist of 2 to 10 songs and then create an album, a compilation album cover for it. So I decided that I wanted to basically tell the story that I'm telling in the song order in visual form as well. So my idea was to create a literal pathway that the eye follows for our track list, basically referencing each song as it goes. So our track list, or our playlist in question, is the pinned link in chat at the moment. If you want to go give that a listen while we are in stream as well. Our set list is called Monsters Meander. And I am definitely going to be including this rationale for the entire set list as part of the submission as well, because without the breakdown, I feel like it does kind of lose more or less context if you're listening in isolation. That's a cool idea. I think you remember mentioning this a while ago. Yes, on the day that the art challenge dropped, and CL popped in after working on that entry, which had been started literally as soon as the art challenge dropped, we started talking about it, and we decided, okay, let's repurpose this karaoke playlist this karaoke set list that I'm not gonna get to. Yeah, so I'm thinking that is gonna definitely be better. Looks more nurturing. And then from this hand, it's gonna go back into the white. Or rather into a yellow, like this. Which can do our little burst with our maple leaves. And I'm gonna scatter those like that. And then we're gonna go something a bit deeper for our Medusa's Masquerade. And then from there, from our maple burst for Festive Monsters Cheerful Failure, then we're going to go into wings for I'll Be Fine. Can literally make this a bit Phoenix-ish now that I think about it. Because that's actually an appropriate metaphor. Because it works, because the person who sings it is vermilion, and Phoenix is the vermilion bird. Hey, it's all about the renewal. It makes sense. It works. I love the poetry. It's completely by accident. Oh my word. I love that. That's totally by accident, but it works so well. I'm not dropping that idea. Not a chance. Okay. I think we have a pretty decent rough color idea of what's going on now. Now, I just want to do one last thing though. How to say rise without going stairway to heaven. Oi. I'll make the pose better. But, okay, we have a plan. We have plan. Yay. Cool. Awesome. We has a plan. For colors. Now we merge those two down. Change our paper color to something slightly more visible. Okay. And now we take this and reduce its opacity so that we can do it neatly this time. Okay. And in sections. Definitely in sections. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to reset the hydrate timer. And it's basically time to do a hydrate again anyway. So, everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Okay. Methinks it is now time for me to listen through to the playlist as we get started, I think. I'm probably not going to have it on repeat. And I'm only playing it for myself, really. If you want to play it on your side as well, please feel free to do so. And if you want to sync up so that we are listening at the same time, just let me know. Does that sound like fun? Although I think, hold up, just one thing that I want to do still. Sounds like a cool idea. I don't use Spotify though. I'm pretty sure that... Okay, I have also got that linked in my Discord as well, in the music sharing section, and I'm pretty sure that you don't necessarily need to have a Spotify account in order to listen to the playlist on the Discord. I think. It works? Yay! Okay. So, starting at the top with Scarecrow by Magna Carta. Are we ready? Are we gonna play together? Okay. 3, 2, 1, play. I sort of want to just give a little bit more. To work with over here. There we go. So that is our color base sorted. So that's going to be our sketch. That one can go away. Oh no! It just goes a snippet and then goes to next. Aww, no! Okay. That sucks. That really sucks, actually. Yeah, I don't think I've actually got it in my YouTube as well. So, ark. And I don't have a YouTube version of it. No. I don't have a YouTube version of the track list. No. Okay. Let me think. How do I want to stylize this? Do I want to have it... I definitely want to have it stay in silhouette without too much in the line of detail. Okay, there we go. So, first one. Okay. We're really just going to be playing with silhouette and texture here. So, there's our scarecrow. All right. So layer 1, scare crow, check, done. Okay, next one is gonna be Lorelei, which is gonna be our river. There we are, almost got the shape of our river down. And let's just check and test. Alright, and now let's come back to our scarecrow and just bring this field across our river. Alright, lock that opacity. Now what I want to do is I want to grab some blue and just start airbrushing. Not too wildly. Get some texture going in here. Let's try this one. Maybe not quite so big. That'll do. I'll put the other texture back in just a sec. I want to keep it a little bit rough. Something like that. Okay, that looks a little bit rough. I like that. Okay. So that is our river for Lorelei. And then what I want to do is I want to just lock the opacity on that and put a layer on top. And what I want to do is I want to pull some gold into this and see. Okay, that works. That works, that works, that works. A color layer clip to that. That worked pretty well, actually. I was not expecting it to work that well. But cool, that'll work, because then that can lead into the dreaming, which is our rainbow, which our lyric that we're referencing is finding the gold worth losing the rainbow. So we've got the gold and we've got the rainbow, and the rainbow is gonna go away very quickly. The river looks nice. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad. So here I'm just getting the shape. So that it looks like a continuation properly. And just get our opacity blend. There we go. All right, and then that I want to cut down to there. To lead into our Hotel California reference. There we go. Now just hide that so that I can see the shape a little bit more clearly. All right, nearly there. Right. Grab that. Lock opacity, yes. Ooh. Grab that again, because that's still an issue with opacities over here. Wait. What's going on here? Unlock. There we go. Now we lock that. Really pull that gold in. And I want to darken that. Just really layering this in. Okay, so that is trippy. That's really trippy. But it works. I wonder though, can I also apply some texture to this? I think I want to. Let me see, what can I do for texture on this one? I want... What can I put texturize here? Let me try that. And let's go overlay. And let's go crystallize. That looks chaotic. I like it. I like that. And reduce just a smidge more. There we go. It looks a little bit geodish, which that works, okay. And then on top of that, let's go a little bit of add glow, like that. and just get a little bit of a little bit more of a liquidy vibe going here. Which we're just going to reduce the opacity on that a little bit. And add a linear bone, yes. Just give it a bit of a core. And blend up here. All right, and then we need to add a little bit more shine to really sell the idea of liquid. That'll do the trick, okay. So that looks like something being poured. Cool. Next is gonna be Hotel California. Okay, which is our wine glass. Which I don't really want to have in... I don't really want to necessarily have the glass in gold. I had a look... I thought of it would look good in gold. It does not look good in gold. What I will start with, though, is I'll start with the shape of the interior of our wine glass being a bit better. Let's just start with a blob. And chop off the top. All right. And hide. Okay, that looks awful. Ellipse. That's better. There we go. Could make one side green and the other red, might make it blend into the drawings. I don't know much about drawing though, so it might not turn out great. Yeah, red and green are opposites, so they will have a natural clash to it. I'm actually going to duplicate that. Okay. And that's a hydrate. Alright, that's gonna almost be right. There we go. And then one more, and then let's all acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Now this one I want to empty, and I want to just do a color grab like that, which is an in-between color. Almost. It's almost working. Now, Hotel California, I want to actually make a little bit creepier, because it's probably the single creepiest song that's actually on the list now that I think about it. So we'll make this wine a little eldritch. We'll make the wine a little eldritch. But not too much. We want to keep it subtle. Because the main character of Hotel California does not recognize the danger until too late. So we want those colors to really not have too much in the line of contrast. But that looks like it's pouring. That looks like it's pouring. Okay. Before I forget again, considering we were looking at literal hydration, reset the hydrate timer. Okay. Sure, it's eldritch hydration, but it's still a hydrate. Right, now I want that to be... something like that. Ah, I should have made that on a vector layer. Clear it. Convert to vector. That works. All right, and nope. All right, there we go. And then rasterize. There we go. Now I'm just doing some line weight work. There we go, getting there, getting there. Calyx, welcome in. Ria, are you familiar with the works of Sir Mix-a-Lot? I am not familiar with Mr. Sir Mix-a-Lot. And now I need a mirror. I need a mirror. So that's gonna go there, like that. Symmetry ruler. Oh, actually, I want to not do that. I want to make the I want to make this an hourglass because that makes more sense. It makes more sense to have an hourglass in the stem. Because this is related to Hotel California by the Eagles, and a large part of the theme of that song is the loss of time. Ooh. That was an idea that just hit me and I'm kind of really liking it. His music has been featured in movies including Shark Tale and Scary Movie 4. Okay, I am really, really stupid when it comes to movies. A lot of the movies. Doubly so when it comes to people who are involved in music. Isn't the stem a bit thick? Yes, but I'm going to be turning the stem into an hourglass. Okay, but what if I told you he's also the composer for Charlie's Angels? It still doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not familiar with his work. I know of Charlie's Angels from, like, the original Charlie's Angels. I know there was a remake movie thing somewhere in the last decade and a half, I think. Yeah, he did the original. Okay. Well, so you learn, I guess. So one learns. And now... what I want to do... Not there. Here. I'm gonna definitely need to narrow this throat a bit. On our hourglass. I'm hoping one day I'm gonna grow up to have a name as cool as Mix-a-Lot. It is definitely a functionally very recognizable name, that's for sure. Okay, but what's the practicality of having an hourglass? It's never going to be flipped for it's a glass. No, but it's also a glass full of eldritch wine representing Hotel California, which is nonsensical. It's literally a horror movie in the form of a song. So the point of the time analogy in this is more to do with how in Hotel California there is this theme of getting stuck in place, and the final line of the song is, you can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. So time is a very strong theme in there. And when you get stuck in that space, the time is always running. And as much as you may want to get out because you see an end come, you're still stuck, held in place in the Hotel California. I wonder if it inspired works like Has Been Hotel? I can't say. I avoid Has Been with everything that I can, personally. I'm pretty sure that the original analogy that Hotel California was supposed to refer to was something economic. But I'd need to double check that and fact check that. But it's definitely... I'm amazed that someone hasn't made a Backrooms-like game for Hotel California yet. I'm honestly amazed. I know it's 100% entirely because of copyright. Because escaping the Hotel California would be like an amazing pitch for a game. Like, it would just be. It's literally got all of the lore you need built into the song. You've got a rich cast of characters. You've got monsters that won't die. And it's all analogies, but it's still like, if you take it on purely face value, it is really a very, very clever piece of work. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to take this and I want to flip. And add some shine. Okay, so a little bit of gloss rendering. There we go. Nearly there, nearly there. That's definitely looking more gloss than what it did 5 minutes ago. Great. Right, there we go, there we go, there we go. Alex says, well, I just realized the time. I need to head to bed. Oh dear. Hope the stream goes well for everyone. All right, Alex, thank you so much. Enjoy a peaceful night's rest. And we shall see you again another time. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Very, very, very much. Right. There we go. So there we have some reflections. That is looking significantly gloss from a distance, which is good enough. Okay. Now I want to just add a little bit of depth to this sand. Just a little bit. And also some texture. Not that it's necessarily going to be visible, but knowing that it's there, I feel better. On a pixels level, it's there. Okay. Now, from Hotel California, which is not yet 100% done, we've still got to do our little splotches. Which we're gonna do with our default splatter brushes. Something like that, and just shrink it down because I don't want it to be too overwhelming. There we go. Actually, I also want to apply our drip. To this glass as well. So it's also melting a little bit. Alright, almost there. Slightly smaller. There we go. And then we lock opacity. And I want to airbrush this bright. It would help if I actually had the right airbrush on. Okay, hide that. Reduce that opacity. All right. Maybe a little bit bolder. There we go. That should do the trick there. And now I want to return our paper to completely black. And I also feel like this is too... our splats are too clean. Our splats are too clean. We need a little bit more... Not that. Yeah. It needed a little bit more of that. Okay. And that is another hydrate timer. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. And reset the timer. Okay, time check. That's when we are. Okay. Wait. Now, behind here is where I want to put monstrosity. All right. Now for this one, I am going to put it in a folder. Yeah. Actually, I should put all of them in folders. What was I thinking? Leaving them loose. Group. Group. Okay, now for this one, we've obviously got our beastie. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by drawing it in negative, then put a drop shadow on it in our electric green blue, do a drop shadow blur type thing on that, and then invert our color back to black for our beastie. What I'm going to do is I'm going to operate with that so that we've got sharper edges. And basically just make it look as sharp and dangerous as possible. Wahaha! So here, we're not aiming for anatomical sense in any way, shape or form. We are literally just going for entirely rule of cool based, make it look sharp and spiky and dangerous. Although, that's not tiling very well. Let me start with that. Add another overlap here. There we go. Our beastie is beginning to take place. Our monstrosity. Okay. Now from this side, how's that gonna behave? Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add some smaller beasties. And these are just going to supplement Can you tell that these things are completely unplanned in terms of how they're coming together? I'm literally just rolling off with shapes and vibes. At the moment, this kind of drawing is very therapeutic. Just shapes and vibes. Okay, that's something. Now I need to remember that basically I am working in the negative. What I'm drawing at the moment is what we're not going to actually. Potently. C. So that's supposed to look very trippy. Hopefully it'll do the job. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna lock that, fill it in black, okay? Hide that, lock that, fill it in our weird electric green blue, add a border to it like that, okay? And rasterize, filter, blur, Gaussian, dial that up. There we go. Show that again. Lock opacity, grab black, big airbrush. Make it subtle. There we go. Still want to carry the pathing through, but I don't want that to necessarily be too upfront. Now what we do is we add a couple of sharp wisps to just draw the line of sight. There we go. And I actually want to make that more subtle as well. I don't really like that as bold as it is. There we go. So that is sufficiently creepy, I think. I think that is definitely sufficiently creepy. Okay. Save. I think that is enough monstrosity for this entire madness. Okay. So the next piece is going to be the day I became a monster. Okay. Which is vastly different in terms of vibe. And what I'm going to do here in the sketch I had the person trailing out there, but I actually want this first arm, this holding arm, to trail out. Okay, so this is going pretty well on this hand so far. Okay, that works. Nope. Okay, that works. Let's hide the sketch and see. I feel like this can compress down more. Also, that was a hydrate, so to everyone, time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Yeah, this is a very different kind of drawing from usual. It's like almost entirely silhouette work. But it's not bad. If it gets the idea across, then I think it's working. But I do want to move this one because this is not working. cancel, cut, paste. Change that angle. Grab you. Hide. No, grab you. Delete. Invert. Okay, like that. Yep, that works. Cool. Now we need the other side hand, which is going to be the protecting hand. And it's going to be, for starters, in the darker color set. All right. And then on top, This is really weird shapes, but it's going to make sense hopefully eventually. Okay, lock there. Darken those. Brighten back. Come on. There we go. And then let's see, what did I do on my sketch here? Where are we going from here? Nope. Let's see, I do want to definitely have a reach, but I don't necessarily want it to look like that. Let's see, how does that read? Okay, so far so good. We're still pathing. We're still pathing. Okay. Now I want Medusa's Masquerade. Now this one. I can't remember. Do I have a cheat here? Pattern? Yes. If I'm not mistaken, yes. Awesome. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that one white and I'm going to make that one black. And I'm going to have a vector layer. Increase our stabilization by quite a way. Okay, now I should be able to go simplify vector line. Like that, okay. Now there are less control points, yes. Awesome. Now what I want to do is go delete control point, get rid of a couple of these. That are unnecessary. Okay, move control points. Get rid of one more here, because it's not necessary. And this one's also not necessary. Okay, that works. Now I'm gonna go duplicate it, and I'm going to remove the two that are connected there. And that one, and that one. So now we should have our two separate. Cool. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go rasterize, rasterize, lock, lock. Grab white. Wait. Like that. Okay, that's one. And the other. Something along those lines. Cool. And like that. And like that. And on the other one as well. Like that. And like that. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate those two. And we're going to go edit, tonal correction, reverse gradient. Okay. And now we're going to make those two both an add glow layer. And these two, we're going to grab our dark green and we're going to fill and fill like that. And come over here and just clean up our edges. Where it is appropriate. Yeah, okay. Unlock, unlock, hide, hide. Come over here. Now, here, I don't necessarily want to have these be snakes per se. But clawed hands in a snake bite gesture. And the reason for that is because it's not actually the snakes that are the issue. Because the snakes are just an analogy. But it's snake-like people that are the issue, that are being fought in this particular piece. And also, it's trippy to look at. It's really trippy to look at, but it's kind of supposed to be. I don't like those fingers curled in on this side. Actually, what I want to do, I'm going to cut that entire thing. I want to copy you, paste. Copy, paste, flip. So that one is going to be like this, and this one, instead of having that shape, I'm going to make it an accusatory finger point. Okay, nearly there. Okay. And show and show. There we go. So, trippy. Very trippy. But now what we can do is we can grab that, make it a little darker. And on this side, do the same. These two reduce. Glow dodge is definitely better. Okay, and let's see, what can I do for texture on these? That'll do. and duplicate. And make both of those. Let's go hard light. And overlay? Overlay. Overlay is better. Just makes it not so solid a color. Okay. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set the hydrate timer again. Are we surprised? Not entirely, no. But okay. That means this one, which we've not yet used, it's gonna come down. And that is gonna go into Festive Monsters Cheerful Failure. Okay. And this one is going to start with something like that, shape-wise. How far off was I? Not particularly. Okay, we're getting there. Hide Medusa. And we need to trim it. So not quite like that. Was it actually good the first time? Pretty much. Okay. Now here. Let's see, how does that behave? Almost got it. This is so trippy. Is it really album art if it doesn't have all of the psychedelia going on? I wonder. Now here, I kind of want to give the impression of it bursting. peeling apart. So for the root of our burst, that will have to do. Now what I want to do is I want to also add texture to this because it desperately needs texture. Ooh. Okay. That works. Okay, that works, that works. Now I want to introduce more reds to this. Oh, paint over the black again. This. Let's make use of our text brush again. Yes, it wants this. This is what it wants. Okay, that will do for there. Now I need to go to backgrounds, and I'm looking for not that. That's the one I'm looking for. Ha! Okay. Although those are all on branches. I'm not looking for branches. Hold up. Home. Let's just quickly check the asset store. Because there's got to be something. Assets. I'm specifically looking for maple. Okay. Copy. Paste. Okay. Right. This is where I want it. I knew I had them somewhere. The right thing that I was looking for. We are actually very, very close to having this thing done. It's terrifying to think that all this visual complexity is so close to completion. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. There we go. So that'll add some texture to that side. Although that one is a bit much. And that can get flipped over. There we go. So far, so good. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that and sort of break these ones a little bit so that they feel a little bit more part of this splash. Okay. And then we need our next one, which is going to be our bird. Which technically do we want that to be in front or behind? I'm thinking in front. So that one is going to be a little bit more on the right side. Okay. Let's start with a basic silhouette for our phoenix. Okay, that's working, that's working, that's working. Now we want the base of our tail. Like so. Okay, that works there. Now let's just clean up the shape of the leading edge here. Okay, let's just hide the sketch because I feel like I messed up somehow. I did indeed. I like the swing a lot better than I like this one. It feels bigger, more majestic. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Let's just get... this tail looking better. Oh my word, it's actually terrible. Alright, let's start with that. Okay, slowly but certainly, it's starting to look like something. Slowly but certainly, it's starting to look like something. Okay. And the gaze leads up into what is going to be our final piece. then this one I wanted to grab this, make it really bright, full. And I want to add a couple of wisps to this, just to give this slight feeling of flame. There we go. Okay, and then last one is going to be rise, which is quite straightforward. It's just going to be a silhouette cutout with a polyline and white. Looking neat, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've almost got our compilation album art done! Woohoo! And then what I'm going to want to do is just add a little bit more texture to the background, because there's some places that are feeling a bit empty still. Yeah. The snakes are less snaky when you look closely. They get trippy. Everything here is symbolic of something in the playlist, right? Either in reference to, like, one-to-one reference to a lyric, or I've been had. That's the point. That's the point. It's supposed to be trippy like that. But yeah, it's either a direct reference to a lyric, or in the case of the snakes, the concept that's trying to be conveyed, or in the case of the maple leaves, to the original music video that accompanied the song. The Phoenix just works out brilliantly because it was a lyric reference to its appropriate song, but it just turned out brilliant because it's very Vermilion. It's saying, and the lyric is something something. Just trying to remember for a second. I ran to you just to show you how far my wings have spread. So having something spreading wings was just too perfect. And then it just... Oh, Vermilion. Vermilion bird. Phoenix. It has to be. Which, in the case of this entire story being a thing of basically going through a breaking down process as a person and then experiencing revitalization, having that revitalization of that phoenix right at the end, it was just the poetry wrote itself. Are you paying attention to the style of each piece going on here? Like, the phoenix doesn't look like the same art style as the dragon or the tree or the glass, and vice versa. Yeah, it's intentionally discordant because the amount of styles in the album are also various and varied as well. So, if you'd like, you can actually hear the playlist if you have not already been listening to it in the background. It is in the pinned comment in chat. You can have a listen to it from start to finish. There are very, very, very different styles. Like this, yeah, it starts very, very humbly. Our little journey. I'm on YouTube, we're not allowed to listen, right? I can't share it with you on stream because that will get the copyright bonk, which is why I gave you guys the direct link to the Spotify playlist. Also, Chaos is asking me to escort him to the food bowl, so one moment please. I will be right back. And I'm back. There we go. There we go. All right. So, where was I? Here. So what I want to do is I want to just make a cutout here on another layer. I don't want it to necessarily be on this. I don't necessarily want to do a direct cut because I don't know how I'm going to handle this post just yet. I sort of half want to do a run. That's looking a bit too desperate in the wrong way. I don't know why I'm opting for something sharper here, but I'm just figuring it out. Let's see how it goes, right? That's working better than I expected it to. Okay. Nearly there. I'm happier with that silhouette. Okay. That actually looks cheerful. Cool. Hide you. Invert selected. Mask on. There we go. And then I want to come back here. And I want to go to my paper textures. Actually, that will be a good start. Rasterize that. Actually, no. Undo. Alright, it's looking messy at the moment. It's going to look even messier. Okay, get rid of the texture over there in that corner a little bit. And now I want let's put some of this down. Ooh, thistles. That's helpful, actually. Really? Apply mask. Empty mask. Okay, now we lock that opacity. Edit, reverse gradient. Edit, convert brightness to opacity. Edit, tonal correction, reverse gradient. Oh. That actually was an accident, but it actually looks good. That was an accident, but it actually looks good. Hold up. Maybe not quite so much, though. Yes. Reduce just a smidge. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. I'm happy. Save button. Save button at this point is a good idea. So now I'm going to put those in a group. Call that illust. And then next is going to be another group, which is going to be called title. And now, my least favorite part, typography. Okay. So, first things first, let's just get the words down. Okay, why do I just happen to have a charming font? A lot of versions of that. Wow, okay. It's not the right character. I do not like either of those. Okay. Just trying to find the right font is such a nightmare. For a starting point. Okay, oh. I like that for meander. What's this? Juice. It's closer. Not quite what I'm looking for. Okay, that is actually even better. Hold up, Grover. Put both of them in Grover. Alright, let's see. That should be a good starting point. I'm liking that look more than what I had previously. Okay, now let's try this. Okay, let's put that on. Rasterize. Clip. Fill. No. Lock. Fill. Okay, I think we are pretty much there. More than this, and I think it's just going to be clutter. Where are we time-wise? That's when we are. Okay. How do you guys feel about this? What do you think? Does it feel like it's missing anything? I feel like we're there. I feel like we're there, guys. Sure. I can't think of anything else that would add any value to this. I'm just giving it another look through. Yeah, I think we're there. I think we're there, guys. I can't think of anything. Does it flow? I know it's kind of late to be asking that question, but it does the path visibly? Does this corner need to be brighter? I feel like it could maybe afford... I feel like it can afford a bit more grass. Now, if I can find the right folder. Here. Yep, that's it. That's it. I'm gonna call it here. I think at this point anything I add is just clutter. So now it is post-processing. Yeah, that little bit of texture was what it needed. Okay, I'm calling it there. Save. Lock design. Freeze design. Boom. There we go. We have an album. we have a compilation album cover. Crazy. Track list I'm not putting on the cover itself. I'll add that in text to the submission. But for anyone who's joining in, this is our track list. If you've not been listening on the side from the pinned comment, that is our track list. And following our story, because there is a story to this madness, we have our little scarecrow who's very lonely, stuck all alone in a field, somehow hearing a warning about the company one keeps with Lorelei. And the consideration of ambitions and the fear of what comes after with the dreaming. Then the great fall, the trap of comfort with Hotel California. And oh boy, is that a nasty trap. A really nasty trap. That gets really ugly real fast. Leading into monstrosity, where you're just stuck in that rut. And then the day I became a monster, where we've got deciding, basically, that it's okay if other people call me a monster, because if I've got something that I'm wanting to protect, it's fine, basically. Then we have Medusa's Masquerade, which is all of those toxic people who have been holding you back all that time, still trying to hold on to you while you are on your way out. And then the Festive Monsters Cheerful Failure, where you finally have found people who are positive influence. And you can live the hardships and still come through better for having experienced them. Then I'll be fine, as an acknowledgement to the people who carried you, as an acknowledgement for the courage, the fellowship, the journey itself, and then rise, leading into the aiming for the better future and everything that has been experienced along the way. I think that despite how scary that bottom left corner might seem, I feel like overall it's a positive story. So, I'm happy. I'm a happy burb. I'm a happy burb with how it came out. Alright. And let's just see. There we go. I will export and post that to all of the appropriate places. sometime. I'm not entirely sure when exactly. But, yeah, I've still got a lot of bookkeeping to do. So, I have to spend some time doing that tomorrow. I've got some tough stuff to do tomorrow as well. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. And then... what did I say? Let's just have a look-see. Alright, so in anticipation of tomorrow being generally a long slog of a day, that is going to make me want distractions come the end of it. We are playing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. That is the plan. I managed to get it working yesterday, finally. I managed to get it working. So I did spend a little bit of time in it. I did some leveling on some subclasses. I finished doing the fetch quests leading up to the Crystal Tower. I met the famous cat boy, but did not proceed any further with that quest because I knew that that's something that we wanted to do on stream, so I didn't touch it. I am changing the thumbnail for tomorrow though, because that thumbnail seems cursed. Every single time we've used that thumbnail, the stream did not happen. So I am definitely going to be taking a new G-pose picture for what is happening tomorrow. I accidentally unlocked Blue Mage. So that was wild. Yeah. But I didn't do anything that was... critical for main story. So pretty much I just unlocked a bunch of stuff, leave meets that I had not yet unlocked, so that I could do the crafting things. I finally unlocked the Excel Society quests and also the Sylph Society quests as well, so that's now a thing. So yeah, yesterday I was a little bit busy. Just making my playtime life a little bit more fun, or making a little bit more accessible, just letting my brain do the most productive nothing that has exactly zero effect on the price of eggs in the morning, basically. Zero consequence, just having fun. That was what I needed to do yesterday, and I am very grateful that I've had the opportunity to do so. Because the last week and the week before that, the grind to the deadline was just mad. I am still a little bit mushy between the ears. But I think today's work in the mainly silhouette-based illustration was actually pretty nice for that. It was like cutting things out, basically. It was different and chilled, and I am grateful that we could do it that way. Something else, something distinctly not the same project that had been a stress point for too long. So yeah. That being said, on Wednesday we are going to be getting back into animatic work. I am going to be doing it behind the hex curtain. Reason being that I need to do some plot sensitive work, right? Because the next animatic has some plot sensitive stuff. And by some I mean a lot. And I can't necessarily do it all offline as much as I would like to. I can't necessarily spend all of my drawing time offline working on that and doing other stuff in my online time, because then time is going to run away with me again. So that needs to happen. So I want to get the second animatic done before we hit the halfway mark of this month. That's the goal. there. And what did I say? Alright, on Thursday, we're probably going to be messing around in 3D again before I forget how to handle Blender. Before I forget how to operate Blender. Because apparently it had been more than 50 days between when I logged in yesterday and when I'd last logged into Final Fantasy XIV, and I know that I probably only played around in Blender properly, not including building the house for this animatic that we're working on now. Aside from that, I'd pretty much not played around in Blender since before the last Final Fantasy XIV stream. So that was a while ago, I think. I think that was the timeline. I don't trust my own sense of time anymore. So take everything that I said in the last 3 minutes with a grain of salt, because oh boy, is it not trustworthy in terms of timelines. But it feels like it's been forever, and I want to not forget things. So yeah. That is the week in a nutshell. I know I said last week that I might do something on Sunday. And I didn't because my brain was mush. I might do something this Sunday, because hopefully by then my brain will be unmushed. I have not got the luxury of time to, like, take a week off. So, currently, the schedule that you see is the closest I can get to taking a week off at the moment. So, until I have this animatic for Stephen Afro and Sishian's models done, then I am not even... rest is not even on my radar, really. So it's just going to be finding a gap here and there that I can squeeze a little bit of entertainment into. But for the most part, it is going to be grafting. It's just going to be grafting. So that is going to be the plan for the next while. Oh dear. The cat is telling me that the food bowl is empty again. Okay. Boss cat. Hello. Hello, boss cat. You only ever come to me when the bowl is empty. But it is 5 in the morning, so I understand. Alright guys, thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys had fun. If you guys were working along with whatever your personal projects were, I hope you were productive. Thank you for spending time. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for the lurks. I really appreciate it. If you are coming retroactively from the future, then thank you so much for being in the VOD squad. I really appreciate it. Also, big thanks to Zany, who sponsored some Misthaven hours. So in between work on the plot-sensitive stuff on Wednesday that we need to work on for the animatic, I will also be allocating about half of that time to the sponsored Misthaven hours that Zany put forward. I am going to be doing some rough character references for Claret's parents, that I want to get a family portrait of Claret and her parents commissioned. That's like the one thing that I want to get done, because that can then be a thing that gets put up in a wall in Project Misthaven, and I want it to be distinctly not my art style. So I want to get that made. I have someone in mind that I want to commission, but I need to have references for that first. So I need to just quickly design Claret's parents and how she'll look as a kid. And yeah, that's gonna be our that's gonna be one of the first things I'm gonna that I am going to get commissioned. It's crazy. So fun times. Because it's actually a game asset, I can actually write that off against my business expenses too, which is also nice. I can't necessarily do that with other stuff, I don't think. Possibly. But, yeah. for now, that one is the only one that I can actually validate. That's the only one I can actually validate in the immediate future. So where? Alright folks, thank you so much. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time, thank you so much and cheery bye.